निधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो. Oh yeah. Nama Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Pasyata Deshatarine. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Chaitanya. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
You could sing Jagannath Baladev, Lady
Like
Subhadra.
Yeah. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Jagannatha, Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Jaya Radha Kalachandji Radha Kalachandji Radhe. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Nitya Gora Haribo, 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 Nitya Gora Haribo. Gaur Premanandi, Hari Haribo.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapatau Premamrita Vanidhi
Namaste Narasingaya. Pralada Lada Dayine. Iranya Kashi Purvakshaya. Shila Tanka Nakala Ye Ito Neshinga Parato Neshingo Yato Yato Yamitato Neshingo Here Neshingo Here De Neshingo Nashinga Madim Sharanam Prapade Tavakara Kamalavare Nakam Abhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Dano Bringam Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jai Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narsingha Dev Jaya Narsingha Dev Narsingha Dev Jaya Narsingha Dev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Nitya Gaur Premanandi, Hari Hari Bol.
Krishna Kirtana Ganana Karnapatau Premamrita Vanidhi Dhira Dhira Jana Priram Mukudi Tau कीर्तन गान नर्तन प्रभु प्रेमामृताम बनिधि धीर धीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव भारा तारक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगो श्री जीव गोपालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान कीर्तन गान नर्तन परम प्रेम वीर वीर जन प्रिय प्रिय करो पूजितम कन्या कृपा भरौ श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ भुवि भुव मारव अंतरक वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्री जीव गोपालक विचार नहीं पुनः सद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणं त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरण करो विचार नहीं कनकना धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं विचारणैकनिपुना तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं श्री चैतन्य कृपा बरौ लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं आत्मविचारणैकनिपुनं तद्धर्म संस्थापक लोकानां हितकारिणां त्रिभुवने मन्नं शरणं राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजनामृतौ राधा कृष्ण पदारविन्दौ भजना नंदेन मत्तालिका वंदे रूप सनातनं रघुजुगौ कीर्तन गान नतर परौ प्रेम मनिधि वीर वीर जनप्रिय प्रेम पूजित श्री चैतन्य कृपा भरौ हरा रखौ वंदे रूप सनातनं वासुदेव सुखराज्यलक्ष्मी धन्यश्च आजवदस जगदाद रन्ना मंडलस्नी सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणे शतो करुणया मंडलपति शनि सदा तुच्छव भूत्वा दीनगणेशतो करुणया कौपीनकंठास्थितौ गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी गोपी भावरसामृताब्दलहरी कल्लो लमग्नं वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी भगो पालक राधे हे राधे ब्रज देवी के हे नंद सुना कुतः राधे ब्रज देवी के ललिते हे नंद सुनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी वने तः राधे ब्रज देवी के ललिते हे नंद शूनकुतः श्री गोवर्धन पाद पतले कालिंदी मुनि कुतः गो संतापिते गो संतापिते सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदई विहुबलौ वंदे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीजी संतापिति सर्वतो ब्रजपुरे खेदै महाविभुभलौ वन्दे रूप सनातन रघुजुगौ श्रीगीतो बालक कृष्ण कीर्तन गान रतन परम प्रेमामृतम महीधि धीर धीर जनप्रिय प्रियकरौ हिमांशरौ पूजितौ श्री चैतन्य कृपाभर भुवि भुव अरहं तारक वन्दे रूप सनातन जगजुग दया कर सीतापति दया कर सीतापति अद्वैत कृपा बोले परी तब कृपा बोले दया अग सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पाबले पाई चैतन्य निताई गजकार सीतापति अद्वैत गोसाई तब पाबले पाई चैतन्य निताई रूप रघुना युग जीव प्रभु रघुना गया करो सियाचार्य श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे गया करो प्रभु श्रीनिवा राम चंद्र संग मागे दया कन मणि तुम्ही दीन के दयाल जग राजा रामरे तुम्ही दीन के दयाल जग Raja Vrindavan Govinda Jina Madhanama Jaya Radhe Jaya Krishna Jaya Vrindavan Shri Govinda Dina Madhanama Govinda Gopina कालिंदी जमुना जय जय महामंगल रामकुंडा राधा कुंडा गिरि गोवर्धन कालिंदी जमुना जय जय महामंगल जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीना मदन मोहन जय राधे जय कृष्ण जय वृंदावन श्री गोविंद गोपीना मदन वंशी महतम दादा सखानम वंशी महतम दादा सखानम जहाँ जहाँ लीला कैला श्री नंद श्री राधा सखानम जहाँ सब लीला कैला श्री नंद श्री नंद जसोदा जय श्री नंद जसोदा जय जय गोपन सीतामती जय जय धेनु अक्षरम जय जय धेनु अक्षरम जय विश्वभानु जय कृतिका सुंदरी जय पूर्णमासी जय नवीन Batu Jara Jaya Jaya Gopi Charan Vrindavanama Jaya Jaya Krishna Sakha Batu Jara Jaya Jaya Rama Ghat Rohini Nandan Jaya Jaya Vrindavana Vasi Jagana Jaya Jaya Dijapati Nagapanagam Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Chara Jaya Dijapati Jaya Nagapanagam Bhakti Jahara Paila Govinda Chara Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Ramatha Siracho Mandala Jaya Jaya Radha Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Jaya Jaya Rasa Dila Sadhamana Jaya Nava Jaya Jaya Jana Rasa Sarva Rasa Parvati Arana Pradet Jannabi Agapanma Kariya Smara Jannabi Paga Padma Kari Smara Dinakishadasa Hare Dinakisharasa Hare Namankittam Jaya Radhe Jaya Vrindavan Govinda Gopinath Dasamati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Ramati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Gokula Ranjana Dasamati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Gopi Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Dasamati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Gopi Parana Dhana Parana Dhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Damana Vidhanam Dasamati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabhina Nagara Mara Manki Magana Suvasa Amaya Harinam Amya Vilasa Vipina Purangara Nabhina Nagara Bara Manki Magana Suvasa Dasamati Nandana Brajavadhanagara Gokula Ranjana Kana Dasamati Nandana Vedana Jajana Parana Akhilakshana Sana Nandagadhana Rakhavala Jajana Parana Asukilanaasana Nandagadhana Rakhavala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Sundarananda Gopala Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Govinda Madhava Navanita Tashanam Sundarananda Gopala Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Nandana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Nandana Ramana Tatachara Ramana Tatachara Gopi Vasanahara Rasarasika Kripama Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vina Gajasalam Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Shri Radha Vallabha Vrindavanatava Bhakti Vina Gajasalam Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Nandana Dasamati Nandana Brajavara Nagara Gokula Nandana Gopi Paranadhana Madana Manahara Kaliya Gamana Vidhana Gopi Paranadhana मदन मनोहर कालिय दमन विधान दक्षामती नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल दक्षामती नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक कृपा राम न तट चल गोपी वचन हर रास रसिक कृपा श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन श्री राधा वल्लभ वृंदावन भक्ति विनोद श्री राधा वल्लभ मननाथ भक्ति विनोद समति नंदन ब्रजबदनागर गोकुल समति नंदन चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतो संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविंदम आदिपुरुषं तमां भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकर सदमसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभिपालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत संभ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमां भजामि वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं वेनं कन्वन्तं अरविन्ददलयताक्षं बरहावतं समसितां बुधसुन्दराङ्गम् कन्दर्पकोटि कमनीय विशेषशोभं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरवि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि आलोलचन्द्रकलश वनमालवंशी रत्नांगदं प्रणयकेली कलाविलासं श्यामं त्रिभंगललितं नियतप्रकाशं गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्षलक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशतसम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति अंगानि यस्य सकलेन्द्रियवृत्तिमन्ति पश्यन्ति पान्ति कलयन्ति चिरं जगन्ति आनंद चिन्मय सदु जल विग्रहस्य गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिन्तामणि प्रकरसद्मसु कल्पवृक्ष लक्षावृतेषु सुरभिरभि पालयन्तम् लक्ष्मी सहस्रशत सम्भ्रम सेव्यमानम् गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दम् आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि गोविन्दं आदिपुरुषं तमहं भजामि चिंतामणि प्रकरसद्मषु कल्पवृक्ष रक्षावृतेषु रविरविपालयन्तम् चिंतामणि वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरु श्रीयुता पदकमलं श्रीगुरुं वैष्णवांश्च श्रीरूपं चाप्रजातं सहगना रघुनाथान्वितं त्वं सजीवम् साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजना सहितं कृष्ण चैतन्य देवम् श्री राधा कृष्ण पदां सागन ललिता श्री विशाखान्वितांश्च श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासदि गौरभक्तवृन्द Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. संसार दावानलनिरलोका तराय कारुण घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणान्नवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् महाप्रभु कीर्तन नित्य गीता बादित्रमाद्यन्मन सोरसेना रोमाञ्चकं पाशुतरङ्गभाजो वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका ज्ञानाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ श्रीविग्रहाराधन नित्यनाना सिंगारतन मंदिरमार्जनादौ युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजन्यतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् युक्तश्च भक्तांश्च निजन्यतोऽपि वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नतीर्थान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् चतुर्विधासी भगवत्प्रसाद सद्वान्नतीर्थान् हरिभक्तसङ्घान् तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव तृप्तैव तृप्तिं भजत सदैव वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् श्रीराधिका माधवयरपार माधुर्यलीला गुणरूपनाम्नाम् प्रतीक्षण स्वादन लोपश प्रतीक्षण स्वादन लोपश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् संसार दावानलनिरलोका प्राणाय कारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् प्राप्त सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्री चरणारविन्दम् निकुञ्जजूनारतिकेली सिद्धैः निकुञ्ज सिद्धये जाजाली बीजुक्तिरपेक्षणीया एकवंजो नारति कैली सिद्धये जाजाली बीजुक्तिरपेक्षणीया तत्रातिदाक्षादति बलवशम् वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं प्राणायकान्न घनाघनतं तप्तकल्लन गुणान्नभक्ष वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भापत एव सद्भिः साक्षादरीतेन समस्तशास्त्रैः युक्तस्तथा भापत एव सद्भिः प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं तो प्रभो च प्रिय एव तस्य वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारधामार्णललितलोक प्राणायकारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि यस्य प्रसादात् भगवत्प्रसाद यस्य प्रसादात् न गति कुतोऽपि दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं दयं स्तुवं तस्य यशस्वी सन्धं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं संसारतापानलनिरलोक प्राणायकारुण्य घनाघनत्यम् कल्लन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं प्राणायकारुण्य घनाघनतं सकलन गुणार्णवश वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं वन्दे गुरश्रीचरणरविन्दं यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम गिरिधारी गोपी मदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन हरे यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गोपाल गोविंद राम मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपीनाथ मदन मोहन गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद राम श्री मधुसूदन गिरिधारी गोपी मदन मोहन हरये कृष्ण हरये यादवाय यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये हरये नमः यादवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः यादवाय माधवाय केशवाय नमः हरये गोपाल गोविंद राम गोपाल गोविंद Advaita Chita Chaitanya Shri Chaitanya Nityananda Shri Advaita Chita Hari Guru Vaishnava Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hari Guru Vaishnava Bhagavad Gita Hare Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Kesama, Nama, Hare Rama, Krishna, Yadavaya, Nama, Hare Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Yadavaya, Madhavaya, Kesama, Nama, Raguna Virupa Vitana Pana Bhatta Raguna Divaka Vala Bhatta Divaka 차에 거 나이자 무이 다르다 가슴바람 마도 내 눈을 걸어 번졌다 허니 야도 마야 너마 야도 마마야 개처마 너마 어려예 다대가 자라나 세비 앞서니바 다대가 자라나 세비 앞서니바 전놈의 साई जावे प्रत्येक पहिला बाग को साई जावे प्रत्येक पहिला बाग राधा कृष्ण राधा कृष्ण नित्य लीला लीला अभी ब्रज महीना ब्रज कन्ना राधा नित्य लीला आनंद बल हरि भज वृंदावन हरि गुरु वैष्णव मजा Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Mai Name Mojaniya Ananda Lahari Bhaja Vrindavan Hari Mai Name Mojaniya Maya Nama Dadava Adavaya Ketama Nama Adaye Chand Bale Jag Gora Chand Bale Tata Nidra Jao tumi Sachira ko bole Gir jag Tata nidra Ja tumi Isha chira kole Jag Jag Chand Bale Jag Chand Bale Tata Nidra Jao tumi Maya Isharira Kole Kato Nidra Jao tumi Maya Isharira Kole Jag Gora Chand Male Jag Jag Rachand Bale Kato Nidra Jao tumi Kato Nidra Kato Nidra Jao tumi Maya Prita Tira Ore Tato Nidra Jao Tumi Tato Nidra Jao Tumi Tita Tira Ore Bale Jag Jag Nidra Jao Maya Pisachira Kole Tato Nidra Jao Maya Pisachira Kole Jag Jag Goda Bale Maya Nachi Bara Lagi Aushadhi Maya Nachi Bara Lagi Hari Nama Mahamantra Naho Tumi Mahadi Jene Ki Aushadhi Maya Nachi Bara Lagi रहतु मागी हरि नम महामंत्र कहो भूमि मागी औषधि माया लक्ष्मी बन मागी हरि नम महामंत्र मागे भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पदिया भक्ति विनद प्रभु चरण पदिया हरि नाम महामंत्र लरि लौकिया भक्ति विनोद प्रभु चरण पदिया हरि नमः महामंत्र जग जाग जग थोड़ा बड़े तो नित जाओ माया बोले जाग जाग थोड़ा बड़े कतनी जानो माया जाग 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 नाम गाए गौर मधु करे नाम गाए गौर मधु करे
Hare Krishna. Hare Hare Krishna. So now we will sing Gaura Arti. Kiba Jayo Jayo Gaura Chander Arati ko Shobha. Kiba Jayo Jayo Gaura Chander Arati ko Shobha. Jannavi tatavane Jagamana lobha. Jannavi tatavane Jagamana lobha. Kiba dakhine nitai chand bame gadadhara. Kiba dakhine nitai chand bame gadadhara. Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chhatradhara. Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chhatradhara. Kiba bosi yache Gaura Chand Ratna Simhasane. Kiba bosi yache Gaura Chand Ratna Simhasane. आरती कोरे न ब्रह्मा आदि देव गणे आरती कोरे न ब्रह्मा आदि देव गणे कि बानर हरि आदि कोरी चामर ढुलाया कि बानर हरि आदि कोरी चामर ढुलाया संजया मुकुंद बासु घोष आदि गाया संजया मुकुंद बासु घोष आदि गाया कि बा शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला कि बा शंख बाजे घंटा बाजे बाजे करताला माधुरा मृदंग बाजे परम रसाला माधुरा मृदंग बाजे परम रसाला निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल कि बाबाहु कोटि चंद्राजीनी वदन उज्ज्वल कि बाबाहु कोटि चंद्रजीनी वदन उज्ज्वल गाला देशे बनमाला कोरे जलमाला गाला देशे बनमाला कोरे जलमाला किबा शिव शुक नारद प्रेमे गदागद किबा शिव शुक नारद प्रेमे गदागद भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संपद भक्ति विनोद देखे गौरार संपद निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल निताय ओ निताय गौर हरि बोल हरि बोल हरि बोल निताय गौर हरि बोल नमः ॐ विष्णुपदाय कृष्णप्रेष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिन् इति नामिने नमस्ते सारस्वते देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद हरे कृष्णा 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kala Chandji Radha Kala Chandji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha Govinda Radha Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jaya Baladeva Jaya Subhadra. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jai Om Vishnupad
परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस श्रीला अभय चरणारविंद भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी महाराज श्रीला प्रभुपाद की जय। ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्रजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद हिज डिवाइन ग्रेस श्रीला भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती ठाकुर प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की जय। नामाचार्य श्रील हरिदास ठाकुर की प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवास आदि गौर भक्त वृंद की। श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरी गोवर्धन की। श्री वृंदावन धाम की, श्री नवद्वीप मायापुर धाम की, पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की, गंगा मैया की, यमुना मैया की, श्री तुलसी महारानी की, श्री श्री राधा कालाचंद जी की, श्री श्री राधा कालाचंद जी धाम की, श्री श्री राधा कालाचंद जी धाम गौर भक्त वृंद की। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे। All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Prahladaladadaine. Prahladaladadaine. Hiranyakashipurvakshah. Hiranyakashipurvakshah. Shilatankanakalaye. Shilatankanakalaye. Hito nasimha parato nasimha. Hito nasimha parato nasimha. Yato yato yami tato nasimha. Yato yato yami tato nasimha. Bahe nasimha hridaye nasimha. Bahe nasimha hridaye nasimha. Narasimhamadim sharanam prapadye. Narasimhamadim sharanam prapadye. Tava kara kamalavare nakham adbhuta shringam. Dalita hiranyakashipu tanubringa. Keshavadrita narahari rupa. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. Jai Jagadish Hare. जय केशवधृता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय केशवधृता नरहरि रूपा जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय जगदीश हरे जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव देव जय नरसिंहदेव जय नरसिंहदेव जय प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज प्रहलाद महाराज जय प्रहलाद महाराज Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. नरसिंह भगवान की जय, प्रहलाद महाराज की जय, कलाचंची धाम की जय. Hare Krishna. Welcome to Shri Shri Radha Kala Chanji Dham. This is our evening program. We just got done with the Sandhya Arati. Now the deities are getting dressed in their night clothes. And the altar will open back again at 8 p.m. And in the meantime, we've been discussing Bhagavad Gita starting 7 o'clock, verse by verse. And we are on chapter 4 today. Chapter 5 today, sorry. Move to chapter 5. Please join us in the discussion. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yashoda Nandana Braja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jai Om Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivrajakaacharya Ashtottara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai, Srimad Bhagavad Gita Ki Jai, Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai, Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories, all glories, all glories to Sri Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Okay, please repeat. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. We're reading from Srimad Bhagavad Gita as it is. This is chapter 5 titled Karma Yoga, Action in Krishna Consciousness. We are on text 4 today. So usually our format is that I read the Sanskrit and the word for word translation, and then translation and there's a purport, and then we discuss it because we don't have a board. We can't really repeat it. Sankhya Yoga Prithak Bhala Pravadhan. Okay, we'll do it. Pravadhanti na pandita ekam apyastitha samyag ubayor vindate phalam. Okay. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So this is the word for word translation. Sankhya, analytical study of the material world. Yoga, work in devotional service. Prithak, different. Bhalaha, the less intelligent. Pravadanti, say. Na, never. Pandita, the learned. Ekam, in one. Api, even. Astita, being situated. Samyak, complete. Ubhayo, of both. Vindate, enjoys. Phalam, the result. Translation. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Please repeat. Only the ignorant speak of devotional service, karma yoga, as being different from the analytical study of the material world, Sankhya. Those who are actually learned say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Purport. The aim of the analytical study of the material world is to find the soul of existence. The soul of the material world is Vishnu, or the Supersoul. Devotional service to the Lord entails service to the Supersoul. One process is to find the root of the tree, and the other is to water the root. The real student of Sankhya philosophy finds the root of the material world, Vishnu, and then, in perfect knowledge, engages himself in the service of the Lord. Therefore, in essence, there is no difference between the two because the aim of both is Vishnu. Those who do not know the ultimate end say that the purposes of Sankhya and Karma Yoga are not the same. But one who is learned knows the unifying aim in these different processes. Om Ajnanatimirandasya Jnananjana Chakshuronmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Utapadakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamsha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunathan Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakan Vitamsha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvisesha Shunyavadi Paschatya Deshatarine. Okay. Before we go, how many of you have read this part of the Gita? Read the Gita a little bit? First time? Okay. We'll catch you up to speed before we go. You've read the Gita before? Okay. Okay. No, a little bit. Okay. Is this your first time to our temple? Second time. And you're been here a few times. Okay. Thank you for coming. Okay, so let's give you a easy one to start with. Where does the Bhagavad Gita take place? The Kurukshetra, right? There are who is assembled there in the Kurukshetra? Does anybody? Who is there in Kurukshetra? Practically everybody in the world. No, all the able men who can fight are actually there. So they've tried and tried and tried not to get to this point, but this was inevitable. This was the cousins were in the battlefield, right? On one side are the Pandavas, and on the other side are the Kauravas. And on the Pandavas, the the warrior, who's one of the topmost warriors of that time, was Arjuna, right? And Krishna has taken the position of a chariot driver for Arjuna in the battle of Kurukshetra. Krishna said, "I won't fight," but he said, "I'll be your chariot driver." And then he gave his entire army to the Kauravas, the Narayani Sena, the entire huge number. So everybody is ready. They've blown the conch shells, the bugles, and the war is about to begin. But then Arjuna says, "Krishna, can you please take me to the center of the battlefield?" And he wants to see who is there on the other side. And who is there on the other side of the battlefield? Does anybody know where Krishna actually positions the chariot? How does he do it? You know it. Yes. Yes. So Krishna is also tactful, you know. He didn't put the chariot in front of anybody else. He put the chariot in front of Arjuna's most beloved people in the world. His grandfather Bhishma Dev was there. His teacher Dronacharya was there. His cousins and friends and everybody he grew up with, everybody he respected, were there on the other side. And it is not that Arjuna didn't know who was there on the battlefield, right? They've been knowing that this was coming, and he knows exactly who's there on the other side. But why is Arjuna asking this question to Krishna? It's because Arjuna himself doesn't want to fight the battle. He's torn between his duty and his beloved people who are there on the other side. So the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita is basically this. It's setting up the scene for what's happening in the battlefield, who's there in the battlefield. And it goes through different reasons that Arjuna gives for why he should not fight. Really good reasons Arjuna gives, 5 good reasons he gives. And at the end of everything that he has given, he himself is not convinced by his reasons. Although he has given so many nice reasons to Krishna on why he should not fight. And then a very, very important part happens in the Bhagavad Gita in the second chapter. The beginning of second chapter, Arjuna asks Krishna to be his spiritual master, to be his guru, to be his teacher, right? This is very important because do you know what the relationship with Krishna and Arjuna were? Very close friends, like friends of the same level. It's not even like higher and lower. Like they were friends of the same level. So they were practically pulling each other's legs and very jovial friends, you know. So at this point, Arjuna wants Krishna to take a superior position and say, Krishna, you tell me for sure what I have to do. Because I'm very confused. Although I've given you so many reasons, I don't understand what I have to do. So you please tell me. And Krishna starts instructing the Bhagavad Gita. And the entire second chapter is a summary of the Gita. It's called the contents of the Gita summarized. Right? It has, like the contents, you can see all the major topics that are going to happen in the Gita. Krishna puts that in the second chapter. And then in the third chapter, Krishna says everything and then says, you fight. But Arjuna has a question to Krishna. Krishna, you said I have to use my intelligence to control my senses. And this is practically what I was going to do. You know, I didn't want to fight the battle. I was going to go to the forest and then control my senses without acting and then just be. And now you've said that and now you're asking me to go and fight again. What do you want me to do? Do you want me to renounce things, renounce the world and go to the forest, or act in the world? This is Arjuna's question that starts the third chapter. And what do you think Krishna's answer was? Stay and fight? What do you think? Renounce or stay and fight? Fight, yeah? Because we obviously know the Mahabharata happened, right? But Krishna actually says you have to do both. You have to act, but also renounce. So what are you renouncing? You're renouncing the fruits of your action. This is Krishna's advice to Arjuna. That Arjuna, you cannot stop acting. This is impossible in the world, to stop acting. Because it's the very nature of our soul, is to be active. You can try and try and try. You'll only be a hypocrite, Krishna says in the third chapter. Because although you're physically sitting, your mind is constantly thinking about the different objects of your senses and how your senses can be satisfied if you're artificially doing it. Right? So Krishna says you have to act, but you have to act in a way. So this is the conundrum that Krishna is talking about. Krishna is giving the answer, right? So the problem Arjuna says in one of his reasons that he gives is that Krishna, if I'm killing all these people, I'm going to incur sin, right? So many people are going to be killed, I'm going to incur sin. So basically he's saying he's going to incur negative karma. That's what it is. My negative actions are going to give me negative results. Even positive actions are going to give you positive results, right? So this is why Arjuna doesn't want to act. That's his reasoning behind why he doesn't want to act. But Krishna has told him now that he has to act. There is no way that you cannot not act, Krishna says, right? So if you act, then you're going to get either the positive results for your action or the negative results of your action. So what? What happens as a result? What happens as a result is you have to take another body to experience the positive reactions or the negative reactions of your body. And you're going to constantly go around this circle of birth, death, disease, old age. Birth, death, disease, old age, birth. And it's miserable. It's painful going through this cycle, right? So then Krishna says there are three kinds of activities. He says in the third chapter. Vikarma, karma, and akarma, he says. Karma means activity. But activity that is performed according to the principles of religion is called karma. Vikarma means you don't have any respect for the rules and regulations. You keep doing whatever you want. But the results of it are going to be devastating also. But these two are basically two sides of the same coin, right? You don't do anything, you're going to get negative karma. You respect the rules, but you're still going to get positive karma. So Krishna says you have to do akarma. This is basically what it is. Right? You have to act, Arjuna, but you have to act in a way that you renounce the results of your action. That way you're not accumulating the consequences of your action. Right? He says, Yajñartat karmanonyatra lokoyam karma bandhana. That work, if it is not done as a sacrifice to Vishnu, is binding. Lokoyam karma bandhana. That this work will bind you, Krishna says, bind you to this material world. So he goes through the third chapter on how he has to act. And then Arjuna says, Krishna, whatever you're saying is perfect. But there is just this one problem. I know I should not do certain things, but somehow I keep doing it. Right? How many of us have this experience? I know I have to not do this, right? But somehow we end up doing the exact same thing we think we should not do. And then Krishna says, it is lust only, Arjuna, that is causing you to do this. It's because of lust. And what is lust? It's just not the desire. It's a very intense desire where when it comes to the point of lust, you just cannot stop it. So Krishna gives this cycle of how it actually approaches that point, right? Dhyayato vishayan pumsa sangasteshu upajayate sangat sanjayate kama kama krodho bijayate. Krodhat bhavati sammohas sammohat smriti vibrama smriti brimshat buddhinasho buddhinashat pranashyati. So Krishna is very, very scientifically giving the cause of all our frustrations in this world. This is how it happens. And this is, I'm saying this in conjunction to this verse also, that we have desires, right? All of us have desires. And then what we do on those desires is we start contemplating on those desires. Dhyayato vishayan pumsa. And what desires do we contemplate on? On the desires of our senses. The desire of the sense on the sense object, right? The eyes wants to see something nice. The eye is the sense, the object of the sense is sight, right? The nose wants to smell something nice. The sense is the nose, the object of the sense is smell, right? Like that we have 5 senses, right? Eyes, nose, ears, tongue, and then skin, the touch. So we want to constantly keep doing this so that we can become happy. But Krishna says, you will never become happy. Dhyayato vishayan pumsa sangasteshu upajayate. When you keep contemplating on the objects of your senses, what happens is that you start getting attached to it. Right? And then what happens when you get attached to it? You constantly keep thinking more and more about it. Right? Say you want to buy a new car. You see a poster on I-75, right? And then, you've seen this and you have started desiring this. And then you start contemplating, oh, how nice it would be if I have this car. What color car should I buy? What are the features that I should have in this car? It constantly keep contemplating. And then you get attached to this idea of getting that car. Right? This is what advertisement does. Right? They're constantly flashing things so that it can capture your mind. And then you can start contemplating on it. Okay. When you start getting attached to it and keep contemplating on it, it comes to a point where you cannot live without it. Oh, I have to buy this. That's the point of lust, right? When it comes to the point of lust, Krishna says, you will always end up in frustration and anger. Krishna says, why can it happen? Why will you become angry? Any ideas? Okay. But why would that create anger? Yeah, you might not get it. right? You're so obsessed with it that you don't get it. That causes so much frustration. Okay, this is a very straightforward way of why we might be frustrated, right? Okay, what if you get it? Krishna says even then you're going to be frustrated. Why? You want more? Because whatever you got is not satisfying, right? You want more and more and more and more. Okay, let's take the last combination. Even whatever you have, you're very satisfied with what you got. Krishna still says you will be angry and frustrated. Why? You got what you wanted and you're perfectly happy with it. You'll still be frustrated, Krishna says. No, that means you're not satisfied with it, right? That's when you go for another thing. Yeah, because everything in this world is temporary in nature. It will be taken away from you or you will be taken away from it. Right? It is going to cause us great frustration and anger when things are taken away from us. Right? So this is the problem with anything that is material in nature. This is what Krishna is saying. And then once we are angry, we can't think clearly. Our intelligence is completely lost. And when we act when our intelligence is completely lost, we go through this spiral of horrible decision making and crash. Right? So this is Krishna's point, that anything that you do for any action that you do that has a beginning and an end, Krishna says, is only going to cause you misery. It is very scary. Every single activity that we do, can you think of any activity that doesn't have a beginning and an end? Everything I do has a beginning and an end. Right? But Krishna is saying, so how is this possible that any action in this world cannot have a beginning and an end? That it is possible, right? If it is not possible, Krishna is going to not talk about it. Krishna will not talk about it. So he goes through this and says, Arjuna, this is the problem. You're attracted to the object of your senses, therefore it's lust, and when it comes to the point of lust, you cannot control whatever. Even you should not do it, you're going to do it. So therefore, Krishna says, you need knowledge. With the sort of knowledge, you can actually control this, right? You exactly know how things are happening, why things are happening, then you can act from a proper perspective. So which is the 4th chapter. Krishna goes through Jnana Yoga. He tells how we should gain knowledge, who we should approach to gain knowledge, and how knowledge comes down. So another trivia is, when Krishna spoke the Bhagavad Gita, was that the first time Krishna spoke the Gita? Yes? No? How many of you say yes? That was the first time Krishna spoke the Gita. How many of you say no, that was not the first time Krishna spoke the Gita? You have to raise your hand for something, huh? Yeah, this is the right answer. So Krishna basically says this science was coming down through disciplic succession. He says, what is that verse? Imam vivashvate yogam proktavanaham avyayam vivashwan manave praha manurikshvakave bravit. This is how this knowledge of Bhagavad Gita was coming down, Arjuna, he says. He says, first I told this to the sun god, Vivashwan, and then he told this to Manu, and Manu told this to Ikshvaku, and like this it's been coming in a disciplic succession of Raja Rishis, saintly kings. And then he says, but this science was lost, this disciplic succession was broken, and therefore Arjuna, I am telling this to you now again. Right? But Arjuna has a question, that Krishna, you and I are of the same age. Right? You and I are friends. We've grown up together. How come you told this to Sun God, who is much more senior to us than you and I? Then Krishna actually talks about his nature, of how he is the supreme. From him everything comes. Right? This is 4th chapter. He gives knowledge of himself, and ultimately he tells Arjuna that you have to approach a person who has seen the truth. This is Krishna's point in the 4th chapter. That who do we approach for knowledge? Right? Say you want to learn physics. Who will you go and how do you learn physics now? Any answers? You go to your teacher. You have the same answer, teacher. So what is the qualification of this teacher? Would you go and learn physics from an arts teacher? Yeah, they have to have a degree. But where do they have to have a degree from? Can they say, hey, I learned physics from Google. I taught myself physics. Will you go and study from such a teacher? No. you need to have an accredited university, right? To basically learn physics, we see so many things. The teacher has to be accredited. Who they learn from have to be accredited also. The teacher's teacher, the teacher's teacher. So this is Krishna's advice also for us to learn things that are more important than physics, which is basically to know who we are, how we have to navigate this world. Krishna says you have to approach a person who has come in a disciplic succession. Right? Evam parampara praptam imam rajarishya viduhu sakala neha mahata yogo nashya. So evam parampara praptam. He says you have to come in a disciplic succession. And it's just not enough that such a person comes in a disciplic succession. Right? The other qualification is, oh, I've gone to the school. The school is accredited and I've learned from a proper teacher. But I also have to be learned, right? The teacher also has to be learned. It's not just enough that I go to the school and my teacher is very nice. I also have to be a very nice student so that I can teach somebody else, right? So this is another point that Krishna makes is tadvidhi pranipatena pariprashnena seveya upadekshanti te jnanam jnaninas tattvadarshinaha. That this person who you are learning from, he has to come in a disciplic succession, but also has to be a tattvadarshi, that this person has actually seen the truth. This is the criteria, right? Only from somebody who actually has realized and knows things can actually teach another person properly. And how should we approach such a person? Krishna says, Tatvidhi pranipatena. You have to humbly submit to such person and offer service. Then, such a person, and inquire from him, obviously. So, why are we going to such a person? So that we can learn. So, inquiry has to happen. And this is a point that we see this theme constantly happening throughout the Gita, right? Krishna never tells to Arjuna, Arjuna, it is because I said so. He never says that. Arjuna is constantly asking questions and Krishna is constantly replying. In fact, the 5th chapter, Arjuna asked the exact same question he asked in the 3rd chapter. And still Krishna is patiently explaining everything in the 5th chapter. It's the same question. The same question that Arjuna, what did we discuss was the thing that spurred the 3rd chapter. Does anybody remember? How should I act in this world, right? Should I renounce or should I act? This was Arjuna's question, right? We'll see what the question in the 5th chapter is. Arjuna said, "Oh Krishna, first of all, you ask me to renounce work. And again, you recommend work and devotion. Now will you kindly tell me definitely which of the two is more beneficial?" I'm going to read the third chapter. Huh? Arjuna said, "Oh Janardana, oh Keshava, why do you want to engage me in this ghastly warfare if you think that intelligence is better than fruitive work?" Practically the same thing, right? Krishna, you think intelligence is better than fruitive work, which means I can go and cultivate my intelligence, not act in this world. And you're asking me to fight. And he's asking the same thing again in this chapter. And he's saying, you tell me kindly which of the two is more beneficial again. So this is our culture, like questions per answers. Quest, right? The word questions comes from the word quest. We are on a quest, and these questions help us move on this quest. But where are we moving towards? Which is what this verse is talking about, right? So there are two ways in which you can approach this entire problem. You're living in this world, so you can start from bottom up or top down. There are two ways that Krishna is recommending here. Right? One is Karma Yoga and the other is Sankhya. And both of them are going to give us the same result, Krishna is saying in this verse. Right? Learned men say that he who applies himself well to one of these paths achieves the results of both. Both of them are going to give us the same results. But what is Sankhya? Does anybody know what Sankhya is? Any ideas? What's matter? How is matter different from spirit? Yeah, it's basically a scientific exploration of this entire world. That's what it is. We're trying to figure out what are the different parts of this world, and then how this entire world is constructed, how this entire world is functioning. And then when we get to that point, we figure out what to do with it. Right? It's not just enough to figure out what this world is, why we are here, what we're doing, who we are, but what do we do with it is the question that Sankhya eventually answers. So Sankhya is basically figuring out the different aspects of this material world in very clear detail and separating us from it. This is Krishna's first instruction to Arjuna also, right? Krishna starts with jnana. And he says, Arjuna, you're lamenting for something that you should not lament for. This is your grandfather, this is your teacher and everybody, but they are not who you think they are. Their identity is not that they are their bodies. They are different from their bodies. Their identity is that they are spirit souls. Right? He says, Na hanyate hanyamane sharire. Krishna says, when their body is killed, you are not killed. It's the same case with all of us also. We think we are these bodies and we act in that capacity, and that is the problem with this world, right? And when somebody has gone through this world and experienced so much misery, they try to start figuring things out. It's implicitly set up, the world is set up, the material world is set up in such a way that we have to be pushed to such a questioning. You get hit, and you get hit, and you get hit, and you get hit, and you get hit. Finally, like, why am I getting hit? After many lifetimes, right? This karma is a very slow process. Whether we know it or not, these impressions are constantly there in our subtle body. So at some point, then we start figuring out, oh, what is this world? What's happening here? And Sankhya basically says this entire material world is a combination of 25 elements, 24 elements, 25 elements actually. What are the 25 elements this entire material world is consisting of? The 5 senses we have, right? These are the 5 elements that we have. Eyes, nose, mouth, ear, and skin. 5. And then each of these senses have their sense objects, right? Eyes has sight, nose has smell, mouth has taste, and then ear has sound, and then the skin has touch, perception, right? And then apart from this, there are 5 big elements. They're called the Mahabhuta, right? Pancha Mahabhuta. Krishna has already spoken about this in the 4th chapter. Bhumir apo analo vayu kham. Ano buddhi revacha ahankara vityame, he says. Earth, water, fire, air, ether. These are another 5 big elements that are there, right? So how many do we have? 15? There's another 5 that I'm missing. Yeah, so we have karma indriya. Indriya means senses, right? Working senses. They call it the working senses, which is our hands, legs. Some people say it's a voice. Some people say it's the mouth, and then it's our genitalia and our anus. So these are the 5 working senses. So how many do we have? 20. And then we have our mind, our intelligence, and then false ego. False ego means we think we are this body. All of us have an identity, right? Ego means we have an identity, but we have misidentified ourselves to something else. That's what it means to say you have a false ego. Right now, I'm identifying myself as Srinath, who was born in such and such a place, who is a man, who is from such and such a country, who has such and such educational qualifications or whatever. But that's not what my identification is. My identification, all these identities are because of the body that I've taken in a very specific place, right? If I was born in America, my identity would change. If I was born in India, my identity would change. If I was a female, my identity would change. If I did something else, my identity would change. But those are very temporary identities that we take because we take up a body. But our actual identity is that of a spirit soul, right? This false ego is what makes us think that we are these bodies. This is called ahankara, right? So this is one. And then we have what we call the 3 modes of material nature. This is a big topic, Sankhya in itself, right? So everything in this world is a combination of these 3 modes. It's like 3 primary colors, right? And then you start taking different combinations of these, and then you start painting, and you get multiple colors, right? So like that, the 3 modes are there. So all of these, held alone, standing alone, doesn't really matter. What comes and mixes all of this is time, which is the 25th element. And once the time starts swirling these things, then everything in the material world goes through these 6 processes, right? Things are born, or birth. Then we grow, we sustain, we reproduce, we dwindle, and we die. So the time is what makes this happen. Time has a beginning and an end in this material world, right? So basically, if you're doing Sankhya, you figured out, oh, this is what the material world is about. But I am completely different from this, because as a spirit soul, my nature is completely opposite to everything in this world. This is why we want things to be permanent. Do we want to die? How many of us want to die? Like, very few people really try to take their lives because of very miserable situations. But other than that, the major populace never wants to die. We do everything in our capacity to protect ourselves from death. Right? So, this is our very own nature. But the material world is the exact opposite of it. Everything is temporary. Everything creates misery. It's very problematic. That's why we try so hard. Prahlad Maharaj, in his prayers, instructions, I think, says, Punah Punah Sharvita Charvananam. Everything that we're trying to do in this material world is like chewing the chewed. You take a sugar cane, right? You put it once inside. All the juice is done. And then try to bite it. This is what we're trying to do. The first time all the juice is gone, we're trying to see, oh, I might get more juice from it. Oh, I might get more juice from it. Let me try this. I might get happiness. Let me try this. I might get happiness. No. Once a person who is actually figuring out this Sankhya has figured out, oh, actually I am different from this. So what should I actually do? Then he comes to the point of saying, oh, I have to perform devotional service, which is basically what Karma Yoga is. Right? This is the actual activity of a soul. As spirit souls, what do we do? Right? That's the next question. Oh, I'm not this body, so I should not act in different ways. But I'm the spirit soul, so what is my activity? Right? So this is the question that the Sankhya philosophers try to answer after this point. Which Karma Yoga or devotional service, Krishna says, is the actual activity. So they also come to the point, after doing all this analytical study of the entire world, and say, oh, I really have to perform devotional service. And then they perform devotional service and get the same aim. Therefore, Krishna says, devotional service and Sankhya, both of the things you do is going to get you to the same point. But one is a very slow process. One is a very slow process. But the other one is like the elevator, right? You take and go all the way to the top. So what is this devotional service? Any ideas? This is what I want to wrap this up. So what is devotional service according to you? Any ideas? Yeah, connecting to God through action. This is exactly what Karma Yoga means, right? Yoga means to be in union. Karma means to be in union with God through our activities. So we're not saying don't do anything. We're not asking you to renounce the world at all in the process of devotional service, right? What Krishna is saying is you have to act in the world, Arjuna. But act in the world, but give the results to me, right? So among all the senses that we have, are which do you think is the most difficult to control? Mind? Yeah. But among the 5 gross senses, which do you think is the most difficult to control? The tongue, right? It's very hard to control. The tongue is the most voracious of all the senses, right? So this is the point, that how do you engage the tongue? You still have to act. Krishna has said you cannot stop acting, right? You cannot just go on a fast. You cannot just go and be silent and not speak. These are the 2 functions of the tongue, right? But the entire practice of bhakti is how can we use the senses in serving the master of the senses. Rishikena, Rishikesha, Sevanam Bhakti Ruchite. Krishna is, another name is called Rishikesha. He's called the master of the senses. And the entire process of bhakti is to actually engage all our senses in the master of the senses. So the 2 things that we do with our tongue is eat and speak, right? How can you make the activity of eating spiritual? Any ideas? Yes, right? So we are going to eat. Nobody is saying don't eat. But whatever we are eating, keep that in front of Krishna and say a prayer of gratitude, right? Krishna, thank you so much for providing everything that you've provided. None of the things that's there on the plate was created by us. We take everything so much for granted, right? Oh, I am this. The entire world is for me. No, the entire world is revolving around me. Everybody is for me. This is all of our attitudes in this world. This is the very reason why we are here in this world, right? So we have to recognize that there is somebody who is higher than us. And such a person is giving us everything. This is the bare minimum that we can do, right? This is what Krishna says is the bare minimum sacrifice. What this is actually doing is you're going to the supermarket and paying for what you're buying. That's what this activity is. We all know that we cannot steal everything from the supermarket, right? You have to pay for what you're getting. But do we do in any of the activities that we're doing? We take so many things for granted. We have no idea where it comes from, and have no recognition of the person who is giving us that. Air, water, sun, moon, earth, all the nutrients. Where is all of this coming from? We didn't create it, but yet we think it's for me. Everything in this world is for me. No? So this is the point. We put this plate of meal in front of Krishna and say, Krishna, thank you so much for providing everything to me. You first have it because it's rightfully yours. You've given us so much, right? And then this food becomes prashadam. This becomes the mercy of the Lord, and it becomes spiritual in nature. And this is what makes this activity not have a start or an end. The act of eating itself has a beginning and an end, right? You start eating and you end it. But when you make it spiritual, it becomes eternal in nature. In the sense that you do not incur any reactions to that activity. In fact, it's just not the negative. You gain so much as a result of such an activity. We use our tongue to speak. We can use our tongue 10 minutes in a day, 15 minutes in a day to say the names of the Lord, right? Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This is called the Maha Mantra, the greatest of all mantras. It has everything that we need in this entire mantra. And anybody can say this. No limitations on the country, no limitations on your race, no limitations on your creed, no limitations on where you can say it, no limitations on when you can say it. This is the most amazing thing about this mantra, right? We can just spare at least 15 minutes. And what does it do? Right? Doing these activities, what does it do? It actually reveals our actual identity. That's what this entire process is, right? The entire process that we're trying to follow is to actually know who we are. Right now, I'm thinking I'm this body and I have so many different identities that I have labels that I put on myself, right? But through the performance of devotional service, bhakti, you actually figure out who you actually are. Not just on the terms, in the platform of you're not this body or the spirit soul. All of us as spirit souls have an individual relationship with the Lord, a very unique individual relationship with the Lord, that only we can have with the Lord. This is what we have forgotten. And this relationship is through purely love. And like in any relationship, a relationship can exist only if it's two-way, right? Can it exist if it's just one way? You're giving and giving and giving, and the other person is like completely not reciprocating at all. But the most amazing thing about bhakti is that it involves two people. It involves you and it involves Krishna. And when you're practicing, you can actually see the reciprocation of Krishna. This is not la la land. This is not sentimentalism that we are speaking about. This is a science, right? This is the science of self-realization. And Krishna says, Raja Vidya, Raja Guhyam, Pavitram Idamuttamam, Pratyaksha Dharmam, Susukam Kartumavayam. That this devotional service is Raja Vidya, the king of all knowledge. This is the king of all knowledge. And Raja Guhyam, this is the secret, right? This Bhagavad Gita is the most open secret that you can ever have. Everybody has a copy of these 700 verses. And yet, why is everybody not able to figure out what Krishna is saying? There is a key to this, right? The key to what Krishna is saying is you have to learn this from a spiritual master who has come in a disciplic succession and who has realized, who is saying things as it is. That is why this Bhagavad Gita is called the Bhagavad Gita as it is. Everybody wants to leverage what Krishna is saying for their own personal agenda. When Srila Prabhupada, our founder Acharya, came to America in 1965, there were more than 200 translations of the Bhagavad Gita in English. Not one translation created devotees. Because nobody even recognized Krishna from the Gita. This is the speaker of the Bhagavad Gita, right? But nobody even recognized Krishna. And they tried to say so many things from their own agenda. But Srila Prabhupada gave the Bhagavad Gita as it is, without any interpretation, just giving the message of Krishna. This is how potent the message of Krishna is, right? How long does a New York Times bestseller book stay in the bestseller list? Any ideas? Say, who's your favorite author? Any favorite authors you have? I can't hear you. Khalid? Colin Mover? Okay. Colin Moore's bestseller book. How long do you think it stays in the New York bestsellers list? yeah, a week, maybe 2 weeks, Bhagavad Gita has been on the bestseller list for 5,000 years or more. Right? Which means it's incredibly potent if you actually give the message as it is. So this is what Srila Prabhupada did. And you see around the world, all around the world, how many devotees this Bhagavad Gita has created. Right? So take up this process of devotional service. You try it. This is the science, right? And Krishna says, Pratyaksha Avagamam Dharmyam, that you can actually experience it. This is not somebody saying it, right? Take up this experiment. For 3 months or even a month, try to chant the Mahamantra 15 minutes a day, and then try to offer the food that you're taking, and then eat prasad, and see how things change, right? And if you money back guarantee, I'll give you the money back guarantee because Krishna is saying it. So this is the process Krishna is saying, that both are the same, but the Sankhya is a very slow process. But Karma Yoga, we can still do it. We're still in the world. We're doing every activity that we're doing, but we give the results to Krishna. We earn the money, but we donate something to the temple or the devotees in the process of in serving Krishna, something like that. So every single activity that we perform in this world, we can dovetail it to Krishna consciousness. So we'll stop here, and we are actually very close to the altar opening. So in 4 minutes, the altar is going to open. So I'll be here. If you have any questions or comments, you can ask me. So, and we have a gift for all of you for coming to the temple. We have a Bhagavad Gita, a copy of the Bhagavad Gita that we'd like to give and for you guys to take. And we're very grateful for your presence in our temple. Please come and participate. Let us know how we can serve you here in the temple. Okay. Thank you so much. Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Vancha kalpatrubhyasya kripa sindhubhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Srila Prabhupada.
হবে जो কিছু মরে অতীন আদে দে হবে কিছু মরে পদে নন্দ होगे हो और पदे नंद पदे जीवन में मारा अपदे नंद यथा स्वादास बहिर्मुख ब्रह्मजान में नाही मयास जनक जनानी द्वैततनय गुरुपति तुह मार Radhe Vancha Hore Mana Bhaja Hure Mana Srinananana Amaya Chana Hare Hare Bhaja Hure Mana Abhaya Charanara Bhaja Hure Mana Srinananana Abhaya Charanara Bhaja Hure Mana Bhaja Hure Mana Srinananana Abhaya Charanara Durlabhamananda Janama Satsange Durlabhamananda Janama Satsange Karaye Baba Durlabhamananda Janama Satsange Karaye Baba Bhaja Hure Mana Srinananana Abhaya Charanara अजहुरे मन श्री नंदनंदन अभय दुर्लभमान जनम संगे करह हे बबंधुरे दुर्लभमान जनम संगे करह हे बबंधुरे अजहुरे मन श्री नंदनंदन दीन जामिनी यादिरे गीतायात पातबरी हे दीन जामिनी यादिरे फल से बिनु पीपल विरजन फल से बिनु पीपल विरजन ISKCON फल से फल से बिनु कृपन विरजन सफल सुख जनना फल से बिनु कृपन विरजन सफल सुख जनना धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन देखिए छे पर प्रीति रे हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन देखिए छे पर प्रीति जीवन टलमल कोमल जल दल कोमल जल दल जीवन टलमल कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल मज बदनी रे कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल अज हरि बदनी भज हरि पद भजहुरे मन श्री नंदनंदन भजहुरे मन श्री नंदनंदन स्मरण बंदन पाद सेवन नाशरे कबल कीर्तन स्मरण बंदन पाद सेवन नाशरे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दास भजहुरे मन भजहुरे मन नंदनंदन भजहुरे मन श्री नंदनंदन संभयनार दुर्लभ मानव जन्म संग करो जन्म सत्संगे बाबा सुरे भजहुरे मन श्री नंदनंदन जाहुरे दयात बगीचन मन दे दयात पात बगीचन पात बरीचन ए दिन जमिनी रागिरे सीतायात पात बरीचन ए दिन जमिनी फल के बिन कृपण जन फल के बिन कृपण जन जपल फल के बिन कृपण जन चपल सुख रमला घूरे मन श्री नंद नंदन अभय भजा घूरे मन श्री नंद नंदन अमय धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन थे किया छे पर तीरे हे धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन थे किया छे पर तीरे कमल जल दल जीवन तल अमल कमल जल दल जीवन तल मल छे कमल जल दल जीवन तल मल अज हरि पदमी कमल जल जीवन तन मन अज हरि पदमी कमल जल जीवन तन मन अज हरि पदमी घूरे मन श्री नंद नंदन अमय आज घूरे मन श्री नंद नंदन अमय मरण बंदन कीर्तन मरण बंदन पाद सेवन दास रे कीर्तन मरण बंदन पाद सेवन दास रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दस अभिलाष दे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दस अभिलाष जाहु रे मन श्री नंद नंदन अभय जाहु रे मन
Govindam Adi Purusha
Mancho hure mana Bhajahude mana Linananana Abhaya Jana Harani Hare Bhajahude mana Abhaya Charanara Bhajahude mana Vinananana Abhaya Charanara Bhajahude mana Bhajahude mana Linananana Abhaya Charanara Dullabhamanaba Janama Satsange Dullabhamanaba Janama Satsange Karaye Baba Dullabhamanaba Janama Satsange Karaye Baba Bhajahude mana Linananana Abhaya Charanara Love Yahure mana Srinandanandana Amayate Itayatata Atapari Chanam Itayatata Atapari Chanam Edina Jamini Yadire Itayatata Atapari Chanam Edina Jamini Yadire Vipal se binu Vipal dirajana Vipal se binu Vipal dirajana ISKCON Vipale sebi Vipale sebi Vipala dirajana Sapala sukha janana Vipale sebi Vipala dirajana Sapala sukha janana Ajahure mana Srinandanandana Amaya Dhana Jovana Putra Parijana Dhana Jovana Putra Parijana Dekhi achhe par Preeti re Dhana Jovana Putra Parijana Dekhi achhe par Preeti re Ivana talamala Kamala jala dala Kamala jala dala Ivana talamala Kamala jala dala Ivana talamala Majahar Badani Ire Kamala jala dala Ivana talamala Kamala jala dala Ivana talamala Majahari Badani Ire Hari Pad Nili Ajahure Mana Srinandanandana Yamahana Rana Jenade Ajahure Mana Srinandanandana स्मरण बंदन पाद सेवन दासरे अबन पीतन स्मरण बंदन पाद सेवन दासरे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दास अजहुरे मन नंदन अम्बय चरणार अजहुरे मन नंदन अम्बय चरणार दुर्लभ मानव जन्म संग तरहे दुर्लभ मानव जन्म संग तरहे भव सिंधुरे अजहुरे मन पात परीक्षणम् गीतायात पात परीक्षणम् ए दिन जमिनी रागिरे बात परीक्षण ए दिन जमिनी गिरे विफल के बिन कृपण विरजन विफल के बिन कृपण विरजन जपन सुख लला विफल के बिन कृपण विरजन जपन सुख लला जाहुरे मन नंदन अभय जाहुरे मन नंदन अमय धन यौवन पुत्र परिजन पर रे ए धन जो बना पुत्र परिजन इथे किया छे पण रे कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल छे कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल अज हरि कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल अज हरि पदनी कमल जल दल जीवन टलमल अज हरि पदनी घूरे मन श्री नंद नंदन अमय आज घूरे मन श्री नंद नंदन अमय मरण बंदन कीर्तन मरण बंदन पाद सेवन दास रे मरण बंदन पाद सेवन दास रे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दक्ष अभिलाष दे पूजन सखी जन आत्मनिवेदन गोविंद दक्ष अभिलाष दे जाहु रे मन श्री नंद नंदन अमय जाहु रे मन
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam
Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Enam Kanvandam Maravindanalayataksam Varhavatam Samasitam Buddhasundarangam Kandar Bhagavitamaniyam Vishesha Shobham
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami
Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhajami Govindam Adipurusham Tamaham Bhutani Asa Sakalen Priya Priti Manti Vasyan Dipan Dikaya